stream marker. And therefore we are back. Hi Vim Noise. Do or something like that, so I know that you exist. Ooh. Okay. That is acceptable. Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around and the 6 remaining players spread out. Jumpy and June ran into the central hospital room and looked around.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover.
There's no sign of her. Let's go.
Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs, and Jumpy spoke.
All right, I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good. But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh? Sure, right. I'll do that.
There was a reason Jumpy persisted in calling her June even when they were alone. Although perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he'd used when they were children. Kani. We are not in a desperate situation, it's okay, time for exposition and so on. 9 years ago, it came naturally. After all, they were children. But now they were adults. It felt strange. Does it? Regardless of what he might hope for, to call the woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Mrs. Kurashki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashki would seem a little brusque. And although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. Welcome to Japanese culture. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that.
Jumpy.
No, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Kane.
June, or perhaps appropriately, Kani blushed and smiled.
You be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it. Take care.
Jumpy looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in the dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirit just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was, A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Jumpy felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, and her skin smooth and pale as always. She was covered in bright red ketchup. Jumpy felt his chest constrict. I got a drop from Sandless. Congratulations. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. Felt his stomach somersault. Jumpy's mind went black, all his thoughts replaced with endless hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus, slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse. No rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Jumpy's shaking mind, told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Jumpy thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still, ketchup still oozed from it, although clearly her heart stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then? Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once? She would have died immediately. He took a little comfort from knowing that she must have suffered very little. Only then did Jumpy notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so.
I love this voice.
1. You escape from this ship. 2. More likely, which is 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the outside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they made half the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps, more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining the bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Jumpy's mind when he heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain, there was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever killed Lotus had now done the same to Jumpy as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Jumpy turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Jumpy's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Jumpy finally saw his attacker. Two tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, no anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty, white, colorless fog as he entered Demon Souls. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon, it swallowed up the last that remained of Jumpy's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. In utter emptiness, he fell into zero. Whatever Jumpy had been was gone. We reached the bad end. Cut and run. Yep. Hmm. Let me think. Uh, If the correct ending is the coffin room with Ice 9 turned into numbers, then Hmm. Let me look something up first. Um, Ba 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 ba. Yeah, doesn't help too much. Hmm. Unless you go make the decision, then change. Yeah. We would do. Let's see. Um. Uh-huh, uh-huh. So we do this. What is this? That is class cabins. You receive it. And that is the kitchen. Hmm. Laboratory. Laboratory. Bum, 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 bum. That is not correct in this game, and I need to deactivate this part. Wow, 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 wow. Good job. Hmm. Oh yeah. Okay. Uh, 4, 3, 2. Oh, I see Steam. You shouldn't. Why do you see my overlay? It's weird that you see it because in OBS it's not shown. Strange. let's see. What is this? This is laboratory. Okay. Hmm. Okay. That's weird. Hmm. Uh, d- d- ooh, hmm. Remember, they can always skip the things you already played by using the flowchart. Oh wow, your webcam is showing. That is pretty impressive, Noise. Considering that I have no webcam. That would be scary if I had one, but yeah, I don't. So, bad luck. Uh, I wonder what the game wants from us. Do you actually need to go through the door decisions? Or can you just jump? That is the question. Hmm. Always skip the things you already played using the flowchart. Why is your browser history on the screen? Also interesting, since I don't have any. Let's go to comments. Bum bum. Ba, ba, ba. Mm. Okay. 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 Ah. Let's see. Why is your email open? Huh. You assume that I have an email program. Okay. So that means mm, mm, mm. Mhm. Charge captain's order. Oh, still don't get it. Like, I make this decision, that's okay. And, but since you, hmm, so that means I need to do this. Chart room, captain's quarters. The problem is that I see which ways to go, but the problem is nobody feels like to express what you're supposed to do. This is like so stupid. Um okay, that doesn't have anything to do with that. Okay. Okay. That has nothing to do with this. What is this? This is door 4. What is this? That's door 7. 4, 7? That doesn't work. Fine. It has to go through that. And also go through there. So basically, you can do this, and then not do that. So if I understand this correct, then we should go here. Oh, that's really nice that we can even... Okay. And we go here. So I'm helping out a little bit here because otherwise it's a bit difficult to figure out. So basically I'm not really going to read this because we need to do specific things to unlock the rest of the endings.
Oh, what is... Are you...
Oh, I'll freeze the sorry.
Oh, what?
Hey, you had a
No, my fever.
But...
Huh?
No! Ah! The knobs...
But...
It looks like... Hey!
What do you want?
The door trial...
Oh, like if you... You've got...
So I'm going to skip most of this.
I'm...
Right.
Okay, yes, we need to do this.
Dry ice is...
Yeah, I went hell of a... Oh!
Clark, any warmer?
Oh. Looks bad to mess up. Oh,
Yeah.
you're just doing that on...
Come on, I wonder what...
And we're going to choose. He wanted to get out of the freezer now. His patience was wearing
How
thin.
the hell would I know? And how the hell is that going to help us get out of here? We don't have time for this crap.
But it can turn into a liquid.
Jumpy stopped mid-sentence, surprised by June's interjection.
Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure.
This isn't really a good time for a chat about science.
But I was wondering the same thing.
Wondering what?
Wondering why carbon dioxide doesn't turn into a liquid unless it's under pressure.
Right? It just seems weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide? H2O and CO2 are pretty similar.
No, they're not. They're totally different substances. Look, guys, if we keep this up, we're just gonna freeze to death. You good with that? You want to die talking about sublimation and gases? Because I sure as hell don't.
He fixed both of them with a glare.
Now let's get back to work. Assuming you don't want to end up like a pair of ice sculptures.
Oh, but Jumpy,
Also, he thought.
there's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees. I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees.
Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees? You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees?
Yeah, well, you could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees.
Jumpy really wants out. Others just keep talking. Water that freezes at 96 degrees. Imagine 96 Celsius. Others just keep talking about melting points. Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? It doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter.
You turn it 96 degrees and it melts.
We need to focus on getting out of here first, or we won't be talking much longer.
He did his best to pretend he'd heard nothing and resumed his investigation of the room. Okay, so we didn't talk about Ice 9, which is okay. If I understand this correctly, then we have now fulfilled all the obligations for another ending. That means we should be able to get now to this ending. As I understand, I could be wrong, but let's test it. They stepped out of the captain's quarters into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Jumpy for a bit before turning left like a great backward L.
All right, let's go.
Jumpy rounded the corner and took down the straightaway. He ran and ran and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door,
That's the next door.
which has a melting point of 83 degrees. He made straight for it.
Wait, a piece of paper.
He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. Jumpy skidded to a halt.
This is...
He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor.
Map of the ship's interior for A deck.
What's wrong?
He's slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age had finally caught up to Jumpy.
I found a map for this floor.
Showed Ace what he snatched from the wall, which is a lie because the map was on the floor. He looked at it long enough to determine that what it was and
I
nodded.
see.
With that, he began running again past Jumpy.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I should keep this, though.
Jumpy shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace. But something stopped him.
Hey, where's Clover?
He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it, what the hell is she up to?
Jumpy muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door in the captain's quarters and her hands on the doorknob.
Clover!
Huh?
Jumpy watched as she closed it gently and quietly.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket as if she was trying to hide something. As Sherlock Holmes told us, the eyes are always a giveaway to the perpetrator's actions.
What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is...
Candy.
I wonder.
What the hell?
Come on, we gotta hurry.
With that, Clover ran straight past somewhat a confused Jumpy. As she did, he caught a glimpse of her back.
Huh? Clover, what's that on your back?
Sticking up from her collar was something that looked like a big wooden stick.
A stick? Hey, Clover! What the hell's that thing on your back?
She didn't respond. Instead, she quickly turned the corner and disappeared. Okay, it worked.
Is she ignoring me? For crying out loud.
Jumpy did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Jumpy pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with large set of stairs.
The big stairs. Huh. So this is where it ends up. Just like it says on the map.
It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His I see after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing.
Ace, did he head down?
He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down.
Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
And not just Ace, Santa, June 7, and Lotus as well.
Really?
Let's join them.
Jumpy and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy, Clover.
June's face was excited. Something had happened. That much Jumpy could tell by simply looking at her.
What's up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it.
Found what?
We found it.
What did you find?
Why are people doing this? Like, why? We found it! And then the question is, found what? And she just repeats herself, we found it! It's like, instead of saying like, the door number 9. It's like, huh?
The last door. We found door 9.
What?
Come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way.
Okay.
7 turned and chugged off down the stairs.
Well, if that's the case...
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy, we finally made it.
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed to what each one of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
Jumpy wasn't quite ready to believe they had really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door number 9, then it probably was.
We've reached the end.
He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
But something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way?
Jumpy looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Jumpy out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy.
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Jumpy followed. They were quiet for a while until they had just reached C deck when Clover spoke.
Hey, what about door 2?
Everyone else stopped. They all turned to look at Clover. Seven spoke.
What about door 2?
Door 2 is the only one we haven't gone through it, I mean.
Yes, that is true.
Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean.
So what? We found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors.
What's the point? Huh? What's the point in going to door 9? We can't all go through it, right? Then we should do what we have to do before we go any further. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first. You know?
You know?
Or what? You think all 7 of us should go to door 9? And then we argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again? Who knows? If we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out. Huh. I don't know what might be in there. We may not find anything. But don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys?
Yeah, you do have a point.
Oh, oh, ha ha. The others nodded in agreement.
The last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we've got a lot of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look.
You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2.
Be right back. They were back in front of the elevator. Nearby was the large hospital room. As we wait for a moment. Yes, I know. Crazy.
The elevator can take us down to door 2.
Who shall go then?
Let's see.
Me. I'm going.
Then June, 7, and I need to go with her.
Yes, I would continue, but I kind of want to wait for film noise. Even if it means to wait for 1-2 minutes. Hopefully, just 1-2 minutes. So yeah, like when I played it, this game, I played it on the Nintendo DS, and yeah, it didn't have any voice acting back then, nor did it have the it had the flowchart, but it didn't have the convenience inside the flowchart that you can choose specific events in a room. So I'm glad the PC version has that. Welcome back, Viv Noise. So we are just deciding who goes to door number 2, and Clover wants to go to door number 2, and therefore we need June 7 and Santa to go with her.
Hey, why do you get to...
I don't mind. We'd only waste time arguing over it.
Jumpy, I'm okay too.
See?
Can we just go now?
Fine.
All right, let's get going. I'll see you later.
Okay, be careful.
They climbed into the elevator and Jumpy listened to it creak and rattle its way to the bottom deck. Only Jumpy, Ace and Lotus were left. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke.
Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me?
Go with you? Well, I didn't think people still talked that way outside of the 1950s. Well, I'm a mother. Would that be a problem for you?
That wasn't what I meant to... I was hoping you would come with me.
Seriously, though, I was kidding. So, where was it you wanted to take me?
There's something I wanted to show you.
Hey man, what the hell? I'm not important enough?
Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you.
Really?
Of course.
Ace's smile was friendly.
Fine, do whatever you want.
Thanks, Junpei. Are you coming, Lotus?
Fine. Doesn't look like they're going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go and see whatever it is you think is so important.
Thank you. Well then, shall we go?
Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. They disappeared into the hallway on the left. Time seemed to drag as Jumpy waited for the others to return.
They're so slow. And what's keeping Ace and Lotus?
Suddenly the elevator opened. A single person stood there.
Clover, I guess you're the first one back.
There's my daily bot. It was only Clover inside. He didn't see the rest. She looked at Jumpy, then slowly, purposefully stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her.
Where's everybody else? What happened?
She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room and then settled on Jumpy.
Where are Ace and Lotus?
Hmm? Oh, Ace said he wanted to show Lotus something, so they went into that hallway.
Jumpy explained what had happened.
Oh, then they went over there?
Her voice was small and timid.
Yeah, I think so.
He repeated his earlier question.
So where are June, Santa, and Seven? Why aren't they with you?
You really want to know?
There was something wrong with her smile.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Here, let me show you.
Clover pulled something out of her pocket and tossed it onto the floor at Jumpy's feet.
Huh?
He looked down. On the floor in front of him were 3 metal rings.
Bracelets. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit.
Jumpy collapsed.
No. No way. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real.
Jumpy's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump in his chest, and his hands shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. The 3 bracelets sat on the floor before him. He could see the numbers on their faces.
3, 7,
And
6.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. 1. You 2. In other words, one step.
we don't need to hear this every time.
Why?
Jumpy's voice was flat and broken. Clover's response was cold.
Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could only have been Santa and Seven. That's why I killed them.
But why? Why did you kill June?
Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too.
No.
Jumpy shook his head, trying desperately to wake himself from what had to be a dream.
No.
It couldn't be real. It just couldn't.
Hey, Junpei.
Felt Clover's hand on his shoulder. The smile was wrong. Horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made from a stretched human skin. The smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer Clover he had known. Perhaps she was not even human.
Let's go.
Her hand reached out toward him.
Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship.
What the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door, you...
Yes, I know. You need at least 3 people. But as long as we have this...
Once again, Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
It was another bracelet. Jumpy could see the number on the face. 0. 0.
The 0 bracelet. You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is... See? You get it now? If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us. See? So let's go. Come on, hurry up.
She shoved out her hand again. Jumpy looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon. But there was something else. There was a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess filled with love.
Junpei.
Her voice was soft. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were so deep. So deep, Jumpy could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. There was something oddly bewitching about her. His mind was beginning to crack, and his heart began to melt.
Junpei.
The hand she was offering him, it looked so soft, so inviting.
Clover.
Jumpy reached out with his own trembling hand and closed it over hers.
Yeah?
Jumpy writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. And Bob finished his bloody cabin. Thank you, Bob. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody. Then he screamed more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually, his movements slowed, then faded. There was no more strength left in Jumpy. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He no longer felt pain. He no longer felt anything. Whatever Jumpy had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. Even as his vision faded into nothingness, he saw Clover.
Thanks, Junpei. I'm just gonna borrow this, okay?
His smile was cold. What was left of Jumpy's conscious mind drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Another bad end. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Where is my Steam? There's my Steam. Okay. Okay. I mean, I see this, but think I need to look this up in a guide on the web instead. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Uh, just don't quite understand this specific one. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Yeah, we need this one. Mm-hmm. 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 Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, this is a ton of lore, but that doesn't. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Um. Yeah. Ba-di-ba-dum, bim, bim, bidum. Okay, that means that, and then that means that. Uh, Okay. Yeah. So first we go here. So we don't have to do anything here. Actually, we just need to tell the game, okay, game, we are going here. And next we go here, I think. Yep. I hope this works. Before I do this, next we go here. Now this safe is locked. It's one of those dial locks. Doesn't have a key, we just need to get the dials the right place and it will open. Did you find anything, Seven? Nope. How about you, Snake? I also found nothing. We cannot open this until we know the right numbers. Now, if I understand this correctly, we can jump again to here. Now, apparently, there's a safe in this game, in this room here. I just don't understand where. Hey Junpei, I just found this on the shelf. Huh? Playing card. That is pretty well polished. A lot of expensive glasses. Even the cheap drinks taste great out of glasses like these. So what's irritating me is it says there's a safe in here, and I don't quite understand where, if I'm perfectly honest. And I don't think this counts as the save. Not entirely sure. me see here. So that part is confusing. Maybe it's not actually okay. It's probably only meant for there. Okay, so from there we go to laboratory. This is the laboratory. I'm not sure if it works exactly this way. I hope it does. So, and then from here on, problem is most likely that it didn't work. Maybe it does. Actually works. Okay, next to this is the steam engine. Yep. Next we go here. And now we go to the nursery. So here, and then question is, do I need to solve this? I don't think so. I think we only need to go to this room and then we can continue. So by logic, I wonder if these are closed right now. Because I need to go here first. Maybe? We will see in a second.
Look, it's...
It's a good question if this unlocked. No, this actually didn't unlock it. So this is the engine room. And this is the cargo room. I think we need to do the shifting puzzle in the cargo room. There's a good chance. Hmm, hmm. Maybe it's here. Uh, oh, I see. Uh, uh, Okay, I see. We made a small mistake. Need to go back. To that one room. Was up here. There's class cabin room, I think.
Oh.
Hey, Seven, what the hell was that? Are you alright?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all. What the hell is wrong with me? First memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for no reason.
Memory loss?
Chubby couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seventh Vice part seemed unconcerned.
Yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up. Didn't realize I hadn't told you.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
The dark descent.
Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you?
If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I?
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
Jumpy paused for a moment and stared at Seven.
Are you telling the truth?
Huh?
Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you've really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something?
Well, sure. I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down on D-Deck. But that was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually.
But that's it?
That's it. All right, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work.
Blah,
How
blah,
are
blah.
you fine with something like that?
Okay, so... Oh, it kicks me out after that. Oh well, that is not what I want. Well, guess we have to speedrun this room for a second. Which is gonna be fun. Let's see. I think there was something here. Yeah. We can skip this.
What's wrong? Something's...
No, I know. Right. However,
Oh yeah, so that one...
yes, in fact, and
Hi there, Coffee.
you don't. Well,
How's it going? Was nothing in there. I just witnessed my own co-worker self-report herself eating stuff she isn't allowed to because she can't help but post evidence on social media. She thinks that the manager can't see what she posts. I'm more concerned that the manager has actually knowledge of their social media account. Because she got reported by another co-worker, ironically. Good job.
Oh,
Hey,
5-7.
what the first mem? Oh, I told him I did.
whoa, you're talking.
Yeah.
Well,
If I knew.
oh, are you telling?
Huh?
Well, if you.
Well, but I've had some after all. Well,
But
that's it. All right.
how are you?
I'm more baffled at the audacity of posting an image of yourself committing a crime on social media for internet points. Well, people are very addicted to social media and thinking that it means something in life. I don't remember. Did we have to combine them yet? No. Now we can take this. Okay. More plates? There were more plates. E for gore. She was about to be promoted to customer. Now she came crying to another co-worker because she got caught. She'll have an interview with the manager tomorrow about her promotion. She was about to be promoted to customer. How is being a customer a promotion from being a worker at huh? I guess you mean that as kind of a joke. Now she can eat whatever she wants at the restaurant. Yeah, okay, I get it. How is that not a promotion? Well, mostly because she has to pay for it. I guess. That's probably not, like, the best. Didn't we have... We need to go here. How did we access that again? Did I need to do this from this perspective? Huh? How did we go over there? heck? I know we can go over there. Oh, that is always so irritating. Okay. Where was I missing something? It's a win in my book, since I don't have to worry about her compromising other co-workers because of her stupidity. True. I'm missing a sheet of notes. And I don't know where that one was. I thought here was one. What am I overlooking? Is it only possible to go do this from this side? I wonder how is no one else not mad at her for doing this shit aside from me? I assume they don't care. She could have made multiple people lose their job. Why? Now I'm afraid of being accused as an accomplice. Why? Because I've worked at the same shift as her and not reporting that. I see no reason to be afraid in any shape or form because she has posted it on social media, clearly indicating what she did. Why would you be thrown into the same thing? Not reporting it can happen, you know? Even if it was because she asked. That doesn't make you an accomplice and you are bad. It's people don't report always the things they could. I do not think that you have to fear anything. Look, even if the manager is going to talk to you and say something in that regard, You can tell her just the truth. I'm missing a note. A music sheet note thingy, and I don't know where it is. I did this room before. I should know. Or do I just have to combine? Is this the only thing I need to do? Oh. Manager literally asked me to look for evidence aside from everyone else. See? So why not? Even if you put all class together, it's pretty clear, isn't it? So there's be more of them hidden somewhere. Or you could put this down. If you put a glass part, it isn't a song. Boy, listen. There's your sheet of paper. Take it. More concerned because someone higher than my manager is now involved. The regional manager. Woohoo! Look, the thing is, if they question you and ask like if you actually knew what she was doing, you can always say like, yeah, you saw her, but you didn't think it was report worthy. You can still say like, I'm sorry, I saw it, but I didn't report it. It was a mistake on my behalf that I didn't do that. All of that is understandable. You know? You can always say like, yeah, you made a mistake, you didn't report it. Name a reason why. But it's not a reason to feel like they have a reason to fire you, because there's no reason. People often just don't report something to their managers and bosses for whatever dumb reason. But that doesn't make it the same thing that what she did. And it's not a reason to get rid of you, because you clearly show that you do your job in contrast to her. It says core on this paper. I guess you put a sheet of music in it. Look, I have many of them. Why is he not picking this up? I know I need this. What is going on? Why is this not working? Okay. It's potentially the case that I need to go here again and get myself a score play. Hooray! Okay. Yes. Now to put it on there. Oh no, I have to do this dumb thing again, and I don't want to. No. I don't want to do this. Shit. Shit. I don't remember which key that was. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the third key. This. Hooray! And we are done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Blah blah blah. So London, Big Ben. Okay, so what I can do now is first and foremost save this. Okay, so yeah, every social media post has its consequences. It's normal. So, short recap. So basically, we I think did this first, which basically led to the fact that we were searching for Clover because she disappeared, and then at some point we found Lotus stabbed to death laying there, and then we got stabbed ourselves by someone from the back, but we didn't see who it was. On this side, where we basically find like the room with the 2 number 9 doors, we basically go to that room, we find it, we are like excited, and we go back because we basically want not to leave the others behind. And before that, we saw that Clover was leaving the last room with like pockets with something in it, but also apparently something like sticking out from the back when she ran away. When she ran down the hallway, she didn't ran away actually from the group. Then we find the big room with the two number 9 doors. We go back to find the others, and then Clover said like, hey, remember there was like a door number 2, right? And we haven't examined this door. And people were like, yeah, but it doesn't matter, we have now room number 9, right? But they understand why Clover wants to also examine door number 2 in the hopes to actually find her brother. So June, Santa, Lotus, and Clover decide to go to door number 2. And so they do, and we wait, and then at some point the elevator comes back, and only Clover comes outside, and suddenly throws like the 3 bracelets on the floor, as we realize that all 3 are dead, including June, which brings us to a breakdown, but then Clover basically also kills us. And that is the other ending. Currently, we are now on a new ending where we need to do specific things to unlock it. So we did for the other endings. Having people with underdeveloped brain on social media should be a crime punishable by death. Yeah, but then again, it's a bit harsh. It's a bit harsh, but I agree with you, a lot of people are dumb. That is sadly the truth. So, here's something we need to do. We solve this room, now we examine the safe. This safe is locked. It's one of those dial locks. It doesn't have a key, you just need to get the dials in the right place and it will open. Did you find anything, 7? Nope. How about you, Snake? I also found nothing. A safe? It's a safe? A safe, huh? The exit's open. Yes, it's strange that we didn't need to open this to achieve our goal. Do you think it's important? I wonder what's in there. It's a safe with a dial lock on it. We won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. Guess we have to just leave it alone for now and move on. Okay. Okay, I will, for the sake of it, leave the room before I jump. Okay, so now we can jump. Now we go through door 8. which I basically can do by going here. And now we go through door 6. If I don't click wrong. If everything goes right. And this should work. So far this worked. Now it's strange. Let me jump here. Axe, knife, and coffin. You forget the submarine. I mean, you forgot. Okay, so that worked. But let's say maybe I need to go here and choose door number 6. Maybe that's the thing I need to do. Door
1,
number
2,
6.
3, 4. Just double.
Yes.
We need hurry it. Yeah. All right. The first one said Ace.
Yes, I do.
No. Next is Clover 1.
There's
No.
But
Just give it. It's not like
I am not.
barely.
So.
Maybe. Nobody wants.
Oh, I'm
Wow!
gonna kill.
Oh,
Door number 6.
Junpei.
June.
Yes.
So this was Ace. 7. 6. Then the door. Okay, I want to.
So we want to go through 6.
I want to go through.
That's none of these.
Clover and I.
Lotus and I.
That's not
The digital.
We've got June, but our digital.
Why don't?
What about?
Isn't that wasn't?
You mean I?
Yes.
Huh. I understand. If we do this scene,
7.
I don't know.
Me.
All right then.
See you.
Wait.
Oh.
Yeah.
we should.
Okay.
This is.
There should be a door.
All right.
Okay.
Here it is. Yeah. Then let's get.
Blah, blah, blah. Keep going.
Hey!
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We should finish. You got it. All right.
This door looks.
But it's not.
This is the engine room.
Whoa. This has to be.
This.
What's that?
Comma boat. I see. Yeah.
You're right.
Whoa.
Let's check.
This looks to
The steam.
Yes. Do you see the coal is the same?
I see.
It doesn't.
All right. Hey,
blah,
Hey.
blah, blah.
Jumpy.
Is your feet...
Yes, but I just need.
Okay. Ace,
Yes.
Right. All right. Hang in there.
Okay. So, let's see how the flowchart now looks. I see that one key is gone, and I have an idea what the other one is. So I think we need to do this room, if you like it or not. This didn't matter. This didn't matter. Go through here. Can go there. Can't walk. Right. Yeah. No, shut up. Okay. Then we get the wheel. Gavlan deal. Gavlan wheel. And then we go back. This time through C. Now I can put this on, drag this up.
I believe the box.
Yeah. June's down.
She doesn't seem to.
Well,
What could be causing this, I wonder?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion. She gets... If you think about it...
So you're saying.
Yeah, we're just... How the hell? We're just... A guinea...
you mean is that what you're saying?
Dunno, but... You know, there was this experiment some scientists did with rats.
Did we have that? I'm not sure.
First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it.
It's time for exposition. What's the small indicator on the ending room? Which one do you mean? Here, it basically means that we failed to unlock specifically something to change something in this room. That's the thing it does. As you can see here, we have basically the same thing, as it says like, okay, you went this route because you failed the requirements to open this path. So it's basically the same indicator here.
The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over.
Man, I want to see what happens in the coughing room instead of to be continued.
Using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that.
Hi, Bob. Thank you, Bob. I actually need to update my title. Because now we have 4 out of 6. So what he's saying that they were the rats.
But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Jumpy, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you. What?
Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that? Huh? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
Jumpy suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. Let me first and foremost save this. And now let me look at the flow chart. Okay, so that is what we needed to do in this room. we can literally skip ahead into the cargo room. Just wonder. I just wonder if we have to do the entire room. I mean, it's not like a very difficult room, mostly. Let me try something first before we... Can we go directly to this?
Mummy! Just kidding.
He smirked heartily at his own joke.
Really?
Jumpy grumbled and shook his head. And I have to actually look at this again. There was one, which was a bit more explanation. It says that I need to complete the puzzle. Hmm. Huh? Won't let me
Whatever,
into
just
them.
open it.
Okay, okay.
Quite large, mostly empty, place on,
A
bottom
small
of the
key?
key. And next to the key, the revolver.
Gun?
Yeah, a revolver.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
He reached down, slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy.
This thing is...
He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets.
Are these real bullets?
The barrel was rifled and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Jumpy thought it would most likely function perfectly. Santa with mummy issues. Who would have thought? If it was real...
Oh, if this is real? Oh.
Holding the gun made Jumpy feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back into the coffin. Only one way to find out. Shooting everybody in the room.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
Shoot the coffin 6 times, of course, because only if you shoot a coffin 6 times, you can be sure that the coffin is dead.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Jumpy picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. Okay, so I have to do the room. Not this! Come on, game. I didn't click on that.
Whatever.
Okay.
A small...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked...
I wonder...
Yeah.
This?
Yeah.
Are these? Oh.
Ah. Just that because I
Of
misclicked
course,
does it.
something like
Yeah.
Maybe in other.
In that case,
mean. Okay, of course.
Okay, let's go and spawn back. Okay, click on it. Oh, this is annoying. This is literally annoying. Because we have to do the entire room. Blah 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 blah. Oh no, it's electricity. Okay. There's one. Right. I think we have all. We don't have yet all. Didn't Santa give me one? Thought Santa was giving me one. Where was the last one? Oh, right here. My bad. Okay. There we go.
Now we just need.
Blah blah blah.
you
blah.
know what.
Yeah.
Hey.
You just match our number, then
Yeah,
you pop. So
yeah,
for instance,
yeah.
the card.
Oh,
Huh?
Yeah. Spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Jumpy spun back around to face Ace.
I'm sorry. I gotta go check on her. You finish the box thing, all right? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you all right? What happened?
Jumpy called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Jumpy put his palm on her forehead.
Huh.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone. Oh look, she went from hot to warm. from hot to mid.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Jumpy would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little bit embarrassed and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still,
All right, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company. Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil? I've heard of that before somewhere.
Jumpy couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature, a lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Jumpy couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second-class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Jumpy looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
He turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, all right?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod and turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Jumpy approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards out to Jumpy, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed with his lips, and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Jumpy's hands and walked quickly away. Jumpy looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Jumpy looked down at the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Jumpy remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Jumpy took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed.
Huh. Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt about it. No doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Jumpy didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Jumpy felt perhaps it was best to keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
Nine cards with pictures, 9 boxes. Jumpy stared at them for a moment and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
All 9 box lids popped open at once.
Yeah! Oh, they opened!
Yeah! He peered inside.
What the?
In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Jumpy collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. Let's look at the flow map. Yes. That's what we needed to do. So now we can jump to here. Oh, hi, Viv Noise. Are you still alive? Are you still there? How's it going? Good. Leave no one behind.
Look, it's... Seven and Lotus.
They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
What?
Jumpy and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus.
What do you mean, gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as best as they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
Huh.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there,
There was a door on the other wall.
and it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
Jumpy thought for a moment.
When did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around and the 6 remaining players spread out. Jumpy and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
Just curious.
Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
How would Ace know that's Clover since he can't recognize her face? My assumption is voice recognition?
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
June bit her lip. She knew, as Jumpy did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Jumpy and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. Had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Jumpy had eaten a lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. Maggot! And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Jumpy as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
No, she's not here.
As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood.
Snake.
I mean ketchup, I'm sorry.
Just where did your sister go?
Jumpy whispered to what once was Snake. He'd ask rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he would get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted. Huh? Wait.
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscles. Bright white. Ulna.
Bones.
Bones! Pieces fell into place. Jumpy remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Clover had told Jumpy that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm, or at least it had been once. That meant the corpse.
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Jumpy's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Jumpy and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. I mean, it's true, his face is drawn. Look at this. Something terrible had happened. Jumpy's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead. I found her in the first-class bathroom.
All sound ceased for Jumpy. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. She's unalive. Don't call it unalive. That is a stupid development by social media. Like, don't change a word of death or die into unalive. That's just dumb. It's a really stupid trend. I call blood ketchup, but I do it parody-wise. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. Sorry, my bad. I mean, she perished. She expired. I don't know, it's just a really stupid trend which social media developed, and now media is like picking up and like basically say like, it's unalive. And it's like, no, there's no need to change an existing word. Expired is somewhat a grim take for a person's death. Yes? It's like an expiry date. Yeah, I know. She's dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Clover. Why? Why did this happen?
Clover's expired. And then you look at her unbandaged knee, and then there's like a stamp with the expiring date on it. She clearly did. He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. like spoiled yogurt. No pulse. No breath. Every step she didn't take. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of ketchup beneath her. traced its source back to he traced its source to her back. A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover's smile.
Clover!
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again.
No way.
He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Jumpy lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you alright?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Jumpy laid his hand on her shoulder and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Jumpy walked slowly to the center of it and looked around the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Jumpy. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover, why else? I found her body in the bathroom. Soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys, I found her, but it's bad. She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin. Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Jumpy nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
Seven, there's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Jumpy.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
Jumpy nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it.
Huh?
There was one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
rust.
Jumpy stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Jumpy left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Jumpy turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5. I see it now. If Clover was in the living room, she would have died. Why didn't she thought of that? Who killed Clover in the living room? Was it the gardener with the spoon at 5 p.m. on a Monday?
Behind this door. The 9th man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
You can't die in the living room, silly. You know that's a cheat code. You shouldn't tell the humans about that. Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. The secret to immortality. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. Jumpy, please. Think about the people who have to clean this. It was too much for him. He vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered on the floor. Why is it so descriptive with this? I never understood that. Some poor janitor have to clean this shit up, you know? Yeah. You should always be grateful for people who work in cleaning or sanitary, whatever it's called. Here's a tip to make your life better and the life of others. If you see someone cleaning stuff, say thank you to them, even if it doesn't even concern you what they are cleaning. Because we do not give enough gratitude to people who do cleaning. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. We don't get paid enough for this. Yeah, that's the other thing. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of ketchup that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. Disgusting. I mean the sunny side up egg. On the floor, next to the broken mass of a man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. I don't know how to imagine this. Weird description. Yeah. The ketchup stains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
That was when he noticed.
It's gone.
It's gone.
His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone. Gone was bracelet number 9. Gone with the wind it was.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out of him. It had drifted out to him from the living room. Jumpy walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Jumpy entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The 9th man's bracelet.
What's up?
Yo, what's up? What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
Seven led Jumpy back to the bathroom.
Clover.
And his kitchen knife. As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip, and then fell to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head. Don't they have their own imminent death to worry about? Yeah, but, you know. Then knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
You actually just you just disturbed the crime scene. Not that it matters because the police is not going to show up here.
What?
I wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important. He is the police. He's the entire police force.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Jumpy's shoulder at the note. Jumpy stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means... or it could a literal mean. Yeah, what is it? Is it the right or the left hand? Which is more sinister? Sinister hands. What do you want? The right or the left hand? We have a left hand. Any other voices? Gee, Coffee, why are you so handist? Since right hand is always right. Get it? Get it? Is it? I can put my left hand to the right side of my right hand. What then? Eat the left hand.
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms.
Sinister was a term used in the heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms.
The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Doesn't make your left hand right. Aww. Jumpy looked at his own left arm. And a bracelet on his wrist.
Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
The left hands know what it did. Oh no. He examined the bracelet closely.
There's two things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth gone. Maybe those two words? How about reading it out loud? How about switching the sentence around? What else could gone and truth mean? How about reading them backwards? You should beat it up to make it confess. No. What do you want? You have 4 options. Choose carefully. Wow, 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 wow. Yes. Any input? Which one I shall choose? Of those 4 options. So backwards is enough turd? Which makes no fucking sense. And I like men. Oh no. I know what you meant with this. Which isn't relevant. To this decision, yes. What else could gone and truth mean?
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms.
What does he mean by switching the sentence around? I don't know.
Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Jumpy looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These two things sticking out. So if I...
Press them in the following order. And which of those do you want? What the F? Can we check the note again? Can we? Oh? So we have now says right, left, right, left, right, left. Bro, it's right on top. Clover's note. Oh? No, that was something else. See? That was this. Because it also would say like new. Okay, so right, left, right, left, right, left. That's basically what Wave Noise said. And then one after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off the face of Jumpy's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time to be sure.
One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Who is going to remember such a long number system? Crazy. Oh no, chat is using its note function.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Jumpy didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything. Apes together strong.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Muttering the numbers to himself over and over and over, Jumpy headed toward the bedroom.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device that could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Jumpy slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right.
How does he know that the first number he inputs in a dial like that goes to the right?
4 to the left. And... Oh,
That's how they work. That doesn't... You can make a save and make it that the first number goes to the left instead of the right. Nothing is stopping you. But you could input the code twice. If it didn't work the first time, you do it reversed.
bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small telltale sound of a lock opening. The code was right, left, right, left. Now that makes sense, Noise. Good job. Now it makes sense. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
I see Japanese. I wouldn't be able to read that. Inside was a piece of paper. I see you. I touch you. Yeah, I touch you. No. I touch you even lower. And then Bob came in and did draw a cabin. Hi, Bob. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Jumpy picked it up. This is what it said. And now I make the question, is anybody in ads? Anyone in ads? As Jumpy realized, he cannot read Japanese as a Japanese person. Which is possible. Never seen an ad for years. Okay. Fact number 1. The Nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Which is Snake. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo, Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff Nagisa Nijizaki, Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor Teruaki Kubota, majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals Kagejika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Isn't this here right here? 0. Hi there, Bitsum. Did you sleep well? Jumpy left the closet. Jumpy always leaves the closet. One short interruption to get episode on a recap. So basically we did 2 more endings. We did one ending, that is this one, with the axe, and we did one with the knife. He's gay now. That's okay. So basically what happened in this ending is, let me think again about the knife. What was the knife again? I remember the axe thing. Okay, so basically what happened here is Clover ran away and we looked for her, and then at some point we find Lotus dead, stabbed in the back, and then suddenly we get stabbed in the back, we die, and we didn't see who it was. In this ending, we basically find the room with the number 9 doors, and before we actually reach this room, we basically encounter Clover again, where she is like something in the pocket, and we ask her, what is this? And she's like, oh, it's not important, and runs away and has like something sticking out on the back, but we ignore it. Go to the room with the number 9 doors, and then we establish, okay, we cannot leave the other people behind, so we go back. And then Clover explains like, hey, there's also the door number, what was it, 2? I think? Yeah, 2. And she says like she wants to explore this door as well, because, well, Snake is still missing and she has the hopes that he might be there. So Santa, Clover, Santa, Clover, June, and Lotus go to door number 2. And we let them do that. In the meantime, Ace is taking Did I say Lotus? Not Lotus. 7, I'm sorry. 7, Clover, June, Santa, Clover, June, and 7 go into door number 2. And then while we wait, Ace is asking Lotus to show something to her, which he will then also show to us. And they go away. And then suddenly the elevator goes up, Clover comes out alone, and we explain to her that Ace is currently away with Lotus because he wanted to show her something. And she drops down the bracelets in front of us, and we realize they are all dead. And then Clover is like, yeah, this was for revenge, and that's why she killed them all. And she basically like offered us to go through door number 9 together, but she kills us anyway with an axe. And that's the ending there. What we did here is following a specific order of events to get to the current ending, where we also discover that there was this safe here in the room, and it was weird that we didn't use it to escape the room. We also have a suspicion that Ace might be suffering from whatever it is called. Basically, the thing where we heard about someone who cannot differentiate between faces. Because he was struggling in the cargo with the riddle where he had to put cards with mugshots of each of us to the correct boxes with numbers. And now we found, like, here's the same situation. Clover disappeared. And now we found Clover, but she's dead. Stabbed to death. And we have the little puzzle thing. The letter paperback, which allowed us to open this safe. Which brought us to another paper, which said, like, this is the only warning he gives to 4 people, which all work for Cradle Pharmaceuticals, and he named like the CEO and 2 people who work there, as well as an investor into the pharmaceuticals. All names we haven't really heard of yet, Japanese names. We also established that the bracelet number 9 in the previous hallway to this room is gone. And basically here we are. And yes, Ace works for Cradle Pharmaceutical. We have established that, as well as Sender told us about that. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limits. 5 sets of eyes stared at Jumpy. He pretended not to notice.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. What door are we in at the moment? The first door from the beginning where the 9th man went in. We are in the first class cabin room. Door number 6 was it? Let's see. Who did the 9th man take with him? Was it Clover? I mean, I can look. So basically we are here, but it's the first class cabin, which is here, which means door number 5. Because this was door number 4. There was only door number 4 and 5, and we are now here. The first class cabin in door number 5. If that helps. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got 1 hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Jumpy out of the bedroom.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Jumpy stopped in front of door number 3 and turned around.
Ace, 7, and Lotus,
Could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Jumpy's implication was clear, and Seven understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace? Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door as Jumpy had instructed. 3 asterisks shown from the red's display panel. Reading.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close.
You don't say.
You don't actually need a hand.
Jumpy approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The fourth asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
As Jumpy had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so as long as the bracelet was brought near it. English, yes. Jumpy pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Jumpy walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
Looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Jumpy approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. I didn't even know! If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Jumpy quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Jumpy.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Jumpy lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist. It's blue, but okay.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Jumpy's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Jumpy and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Bro, he is the killer. Jumpy leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Jumpy was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. The room has grown tired. No! Save the room from falling asleep. Jumpy took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Jumpy glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here.
English, do you speak it, motherfucker? What's DW? What does that mean? I still love you, by the way. What is DW standing for?
Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room.
Don't worry. Okay. Look, there are a million of shortened words now these days. I cannot know all of them. Don't worry, be happy.
You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far.
No, it makes perfect sense.
I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Jumpy stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his hair. Really?
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes, yes.
Pleading was not something they heard from Ace before. Jumpy pulled the piece of wax from his ear and glanced at it and flicked it off into the darkness.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's.
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Jumpy was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Jumpy's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
What's this strange language on it? Santa squinted at the paper and began to read. Who reads this is dumb.
The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Jumpy's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly,
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury, tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Jumpy's eyes narrowed and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Jumpy to anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and he realized what he'd done. His eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all,
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope, you could have.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Jumpy fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Jumpy put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Jumpy smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3. That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Jumpy. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. He's happy. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide on his back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Jumpy. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root. As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around.
Look at Snake. That was that. Look, this is Snake in his younger years before he became edgy and bleached his hair.
He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Jumpy glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Jumpy swallowed, then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the ninth man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. He's a CEO. That's literally his everyday job. Yeah, for most, that is. Right, gang? Let's beat the shit out of this guy. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Yes, join the dark side of the Force. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Jumpy remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words, words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Jumpy looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa. June. 7. Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more than exciting. He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong? You bastard!
7 roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own. The capacity to kill is enough to condemn him, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arm around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to the point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then.
Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god! There's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Ah!
I had 4 reasons for killing him. As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information. Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Jumpy glared at him.
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Chumpy a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away!
But we can't risk it.
Jumpy, Santa, June, and Seven stood, frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. I had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Jumpy and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Jumpy laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor and breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But
Jumpy was torn. He could leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Jumpy supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Jumpy's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Jumpy looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. Manage much more, yeah. But it was all the confirmation Jumpy needed. His resolve was set.
all right, come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you. Got it.
Santa nodded. Jumpy turned before he had the chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Let's go!
Jumpy and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Jumpy and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Jumpy was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors. Oh hey, another bot.
Let's check the red.
The display read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. This red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Jumpy and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do?
Let me tell you about this explanation of an interesting scientific experiment I read yesterday.
Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like something hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Jumpy looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or, more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Okay.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've got to try.
You mean you forgot? Champion 7 leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled. Man, this coffin is made of jelly.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
7 pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Chumpy wondered.
Was there some sort of clue somewhere?
They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then 7 spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
Hi, Bob. You know, Bob, the interesting part is I always feel like you were gone for 15 minutes. But that's not the case. But thank you, Bob.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Almost like Bob is on a timer, right? Strange. But he's a painter. He's not working on timers. Sus.
Who said that?
You.
Burn.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Chumpy's mind.
1438 3421.
Quickly, he typed them in. Tune in next time when we finish this. No, I'm kidding. He checked that he entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. As a hot werewolf dad jumped out of the coffin. Oh no! How horrible! Date, daddy, date. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and 7, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Chumpy and 7 looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Jumpy and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Jumpy could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Jumpy put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was, perhaps, not being entirely honest. But that knowledge did Jumpy and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Jumpy, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh, hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
What?
What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistake, the number glowing at them from the face of a face like a cartoon eye.
Zero. Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed 7 look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Jumpy could tell right away that 7 wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
Come on, man. I'm just kidding.
7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9.
Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, alright?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Jumpy and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. 7 and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they've done, 7 put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. The third asterisk appeared on the screen. 72 plus 09. Now they just need to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
Jumpy nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Yes, which of those 3 choices did they try? This is your time to shine, chat. Make a choice. Snake, Jumpy, and the bracelet. Jumpy 7, the bracelet. Snake, Jumpy 7, and the bracelet. No, my chat is dying. Don't die, chat. Be alive. Make a decision. It's good for you. I do know which one. Oh. You have to choose one, so doesn't, even if you don't know which one, choose one. All 4. Wow. I like that you even figured out the 4th choice that is hidden. So, Snake, Jumpy, and the bracelet, which would make a 7. So if it goes, it must be 2.
Let's try Snake, me, and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 2.
So it's not 2. The door didn't open. Mysterious bracelet wasn't 2.
It didn't open.
Guess it's not 2.
Then...
All 4. Jumpy continue. Jumpy and 7 and the bracelet.
Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned in the bracelets.
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem.
Seven clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Jumpy's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6. But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into the parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
Oh no.
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go.
But, Snake, are you sure?
Sorry, let's go is what Snake said last.
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
Jumpy, Seven and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was 0. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve.
Imagine Snake just take a shit and dropped the bomb.
I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple, but very effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Jumpy, it had looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible. So, how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Jumpy. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward to the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, and the door was at the end, which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Jumpy threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read Incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Jumpy grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back, and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Jumpy could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was that Jumpy saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
What? Why? Why is there another one?
The door stopped Jumpy in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Jumpy felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake.
Jumpy could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him.
What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to the dot of his rising to dot his pale skin. Oh my god, he opened his eyes. What is this? A Bleach character we enjoy for a very long time and then feel surprised that he has blue eyes? Oh wait. He's blind. That does mean like he cannot open his eyes. His entire body shook. He looked to Jumpy disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance.
He's about to awaken to his superpower. Oh no.
That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you are going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The Snake!
Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. He was Naruto. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Jumpy, her eyes wide with terror.
Lotus! Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she made a run for it. She reached Seven and Jumpy and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door. Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Jumpy could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened.
Kill you.
Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, one step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop, so his superpower was undead, yes. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury. Or fury?
Listen to me. I said don't come any closer. Shit! You bastard!
Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. Oh no, he should have gone for the head. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Jumpy didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor. Found a funny moment? Oh, Bart, please.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally, you're...
But Snake wasn't done. Funny bullet, no.
I'll kill you.
Even as the pool of ketchup beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg.
You won't get away.
And the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way.
You're about to turn into bacon. Yeah.
My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily.
I only fired 6 bullets into you. Yeah.
You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. have I ever told you about that experiment I read yesterday in this magazine? Jumpy could hear tears in their voices, and their words were strained.
Snake, that's enough! You can stop now!
Yes! He's right, Snake! You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us! We have to leave together!
Snake turned toward them. He coughed, and ketchup splattered across the floor. Is a ketchup dispenser? Then he smiled, a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that.
Can't let you do that, Fox. I'm sorry.
You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me.
Are we going for another ending after this? No. I'm sorry, but the last ending we have to reserve for Monday.
Perhaps this will begin to atone for that.
What do you mean, no? Listen, I'm streaming since 11.5 hours. What do you mean, the last ending? You saw that there were only 6 endings, right?
Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me.
Coffee absolutely devastated. Like, oh man, I wanted like 42 endings, man. Isn't there like 20 plus endings left? No, sadly not.
Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Will are we replaying Sekamerai after this? 69 endings, nice. I will show you something after this coffee, which is nice.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
7 ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Jumpy couldn't move. His shoes were tied together with a knot, so he couldn't move anymore. Bastards, what monsters would do this to him? There were white lines down Snake's cheeks, where his tears had washed the ketchup away. He was broken, body and soul, and Jumpy felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat. Damn ninjas, tying shoelaces, even worse. The other factions of ninjas that go around with knives and raw onions and like cut onions in front of you and going like, haha, hee hee.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Jumpy's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart, alongside the torrent of ketchup. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller, taller, and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with a thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Snake! Jumpy's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Jumpy's arm to his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright?
God damn it, I never heard a more emotional way of making a pizza.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down. Beginning incineration.
Jumpy felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Jumpy struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Jumpy ran to the door.
He's...
There was a small window cut into it. Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this! Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero! Zero!
1. Didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, if not for the hand she'd put against the wall. Jumpy didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. What is this description? His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Jumpy said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door and the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Jumpy found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it, and the door opened.
Yes.
Jumpy was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Jumpy left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Jumpy's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Some time later, Jumpy found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room, June. No, code names didn't matter any longer. She was Connie.
Connie!
Jumpy cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room, like Naruto, toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still. And then he suplexed her. Correct, Coffee.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Jumpy bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt a very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly it rose and fell. Relief washed over him.
Oh, Connie!
Jumpy reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you all right?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Wake up! Shaking her, wake up! Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Jumpy, but saw nothing. Trembling, Jumpy wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Jumpy tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man, Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way, I am going to let you die. I am going to save you, I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, all right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know?
About Ice 9.
You meant a lot to me when we were kids. I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Jumpy's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. As he opened the third gate, he looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
0.
She's suffering from ligma or something? Yes. And then Jumpy wakes up, and it was all just a dream. Roll the end credits, game ends, Komorebi time, yay! It was all just a dream.
You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Jumpy frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
What the hell are you talking about? No. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. Why? The wrong path? What are you talking about? I told you! I am not gonna lose! What?
Jumpy didn't have time to ponder what that meant before he heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Jumpy laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. Bang bang. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving here anywhere.
Damn it. Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Kenny alone any longer than he had to. So Jumpy turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie!
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd be lying there on the floor just moments before. And now she was gone.
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. What is this, Dragon Ball? He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it. A strange smell. One he'd smelled before.
Wait, this is... white smoke.
9 seconds later, Chompy's mind winked out. And we found the car ending. Again. So many cars. Hong Kong ending, yes. Hong Kong impact. It was all just a dream? Question mark? And now we have sirens, so therefore we go to Silent Hill. Do you know of the game called Siren, which is an extremely weird horror game? Never play it, but if you feel interested, watch someone. No, it's just called Siren. Don't play it yourself, but if you feel interested, watch someone play it. It's extremely weird. The end? Or is it? A sixth sense of what's coming. And you might notice something. We have unlocked a yellow key to a yellow lock. But as far as I remember, we need to do specific things for that. Again. Yeah. And no, we are not going for that ending today, because craziness.